We're going to get started here in just a minute. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Good evening, good evening. What a great day today. It's wonderful to see this room filled up again. That's not been the case over the last year or two, actually, almost 3. So welcome. It is a few minutes after it's 5:19, and I would like to call our board meeting for March the 7th to order. I'll begin with our tribute. In partnership with the tribes who called Phoenix their home first, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. With that, may we please have a roll call?
Absolutely. I get to play 2 roles today. Mr. Regional Carrillo.
Here.
Vice President Jessica Bueno.
Here.
President Carmen Trujillo.
Here.
Board Member Dr. Alicia Vink.
Here. Thank you very much, Dr. Davila Hagigat, for filling in. I didn't realize our board secretary was still probably putting our packet together, our printer jammed. So with that and a quorum present, we will proceed with our meeting. Thank you everyone for being here. Can we please have we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm hoping Dr. Alshire is right there. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Dr. Alshire. All right, with that, let's move on to our adoption of the agenda. Dr. Davila Hagigat, do you have any, are there any recommendations regarding the agenda this evening?
Yes, I recommend that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to adopt our agenda as presented?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Roger Carrillo, I second.
Thank you both. Any discussion? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call vote to adopt our agenda?
Board Member Carrillo.
Yay.
Vice President Bueno.
Aye.
President Trujillo.
Aye.
Board Member Vink.
Aye.
With that, our motion does pass, and we will move on to item number A6 regarding our awards, recognitions, and announcements. The floor is yours.
Well, it's great excitement. Bear with us. With this, it always is great to, number one, see many of our community members, our employees, our staff here for our celebrations. Today, the Arizona Education Foundation announcement for 2023 A+ School of Excellence Award. And I am proud to share that we have Kenilworth, who was one of 36 Arizona public school. Yes, please make some noise, Kenilworth. We know you're here. For the A+ School of Excellence Award recognizes educational excellence in the highest state level award given by a public school. So I want to have Mr. Anthony come up and share some of your journey with us.
There we go. Sorry. I'll say it again. Oh, yeah. So we today, and so I'm going to speak less, and there's just so many people that are part of this journey, and they all deserve the opportunity to share their part of their experience. So we're going to invite our team to join us. You want to come on up, please?
President Trujillo, members of the board, Dr. Hagengat, and guests. My name is Danny Panetta. I represent Student Council as Student Body President. I assisted in the tour by helping prepare and plan with the committee for the tour. I am very proud of my fellow peers for completing the tour and winning this award.
I am Julian Hernandez. I am Kenilworth Student Council Vice President. I helped preparations and execution of the A+ tour. One thing I learned during the tour is that the history of our school, and that I also loved the judges that came, and they were very helpful and they were very nice.
Hello, I am Isabella Luna. I assisted with the preparation and execution of the A+ tour. I learned a lot throughout this experience. It was a difficult one, but I managed to pull through, and I'm just very proud of our school for getting this award.
Hello, my name is Marlette, and I am also one of the helpers who gave the tour to the judges. I am a representative of the student council, and I'm very proud that our school got our 3rd A+ this school year. So, yeah, thanks.
Good evening. My name is Lindley Chapman. I'm a 2nd grade teacher at Kenilworth, as well as the ASU principal intern. I wanted to take a moment to share with you what an rewarding experience the A+ process has been for me. Being new to Kenilworth this year, I'm grateful that the experience gave me the chance to get to know our amazing school, staff, students, and community so quickly. As a principal intern, this gave me the chance to collaborate with the leadership team. And as a 2nd grade teacher, I was able to feel the excitement and pride that the students felt working towards this goal. It was fun to come together as a staff to really dissect our identity as a school, and I'm so happy that all of our hard work paid off. Thank you.
Hi, I'm just a parent. But this is the 5th grader who helped make the A+ with his grandfather. So, as a parent, this just means a lot. To have my son go to a school since kindergarten and grow and have all this exciting stuff. And we're just proud of the dedication of the team and as a community. I mean, without Mr. Anthony, who are we? So I just wanted to say thank you for this honor, and it's such a privilege, and we are just so overjoyed. Yes? Yeah. Thank you.
I'm a little choked up. Thank you, everybody. This was really a lot of a team effort that started on the ending of last school year. Our leadership team started to put this in our vision. And when we came back on July 27th, we explained to the teachers and the team what it was and had them vote. And it was a unanimous vote that they all wanted to move forward with this process, and it made commitments and it united us to deep levels. And we're very excited about that. We're going to have a celebration for our Arizona SciTech Festival on Friday, March 10th. There is a former student coming to shave the A+ in my head as part of this recognition. So right on the front stairs, we'd love to have you be part of it. Just a way to get the community together and celebrate before we go on spring break. Thank you for all you're doing to support us. Thank you.
And we continue with more excitement. I'd like to ask Mr. Fuentes to come up, and we have an opportunity to congratulate from Edison, our student Andres Mejia Tejeda, for being selected as the 2023 Arizona Council for Exceptional Children I Can Do It Award.
Andres is a little shy. Bring me up here. What honor to be his friend. I actually met Mr. Andres as a 3rd grader at Garfield when I was teaching there. And worked with him as an IAIS there. And now he has come over to Edison because he knew I was the principal. It's not the truth, but we're gonna go. But we have seen the journey that Andres has been on since third grade. And what we can tell you is he got this award because he has done it with such an outgoing and just excited personality. He can light up a room. He works so hard to overcome any obstacles. And he goes out of his way to make sure that everyone in his space knows how hard he works and pushes them to work hard. My favorite thing is being on the soccer field with Andres, where he is going up and down the field with his peers, keeping them in line and making sure that they are not out of bounds, right? And we told him we're going to get him a whistle so that he can be the official referee out there. Andres, you're here tonight because of your hard work, your dedication, and because of all the support you have from your mom and your family. We're very proud of you. You're welcome.
Andres, congratulations again. And Andres family, can you stand? Se podrían parar. Let's give them a nice round of applause. And we want to share with everyone the video of such an amazing story. Please pay attention to the screen.
Eligible for exceptional services with multiple disabilities, including a diagnosis of Duchenne muscular dystrophy.
I got my wheelchair in 5th grade and I was so excited to see it. And then all of my friends wanted to see it too. The basketball court, I was racing someone in the wheelchair too. And then I won and they went so fast.
From the first time the school staff met Andre, the team could feel his positive perseverance and kind heart. Not only was Andre outgoing and polite, but he was also so determined to learn to read and make progress towards his academic goals.
Yeah, my best subjects are art, math, science.
Andre went from knowing a few letter sounds to reading full paragraphs by the end of the year. Thanks to his determination and willingness to try, Andre made the highest growth in his entire grade in reading. It is with great pleasure to present this year's 2023 Arizona Council for Exceptional Children I Can Do It Award to Andre Meja Tejada. Congratulations, Andre.
Thank you all and teacher and my friend for working with me and
Thank you. Now, our next celebration is a number of football players from the NFL visited Dunbar leading up to the Super Bowl as part of the NFL Player Association Community Day. Players provided activity stations, fun football drills, and words of encouragement to the students. They ended the fun-filled day with pizza lunch. In addition, NFLPA are interested in donating $5,000 to the Paul Lawrence Dunbar School as a result of their partnership. Special thanks to the NFL and players for spending time with our Dunbar Dragons. And I know that we have here our principal at Dunbar, Ms. Millsap, coming up.
Thank you. Okay, those are really tough acts to follow. All right, President Trujillo and members of the board, Dr. Hagigat and cabinet and everyone in attendance. Thank you for allowing me to share my celebrations over at the Home of the Dragons. So part of my vision and my goals becoming the principal at Dunbar is I wanted to build strong community partnerships to provide opportunities for our kiddos so that they can see the world around them and feel like they're a part of that. And so we were very blessed to have the NFL Players Association partner with us for Community Day the weekend before the Super Bowl. The week before the Super Bowl. And so we had former players and current players and NFL PA staff come out and spend the afternoon with our staff and with our students. And I don't know who went home more tired, the players or our kids or me running around cheering them on, but they had such an amazing day building relationships and friendships with everyone that was there. And it was just a once in a lifetime opportunity for our kiddos. And they got a bunch of swag bags and jerseys and all kinds of things and lunch But I think the most meaningful part of the whole day was that they were able to listen to the messages that the players gave about their journey. And so in the thank you letters that our students wrote, they talked about how much it meant for them to hear that if they work really, really hard and they never give up, that they can accomplish their dreams no matter what they are. So it was a very meaningful day. 20 of our students were selected to go to LeBron James pop-up event on Saturday and get haircuts by the celebrity barbers. So someone had cut Devin Booker's hair that morning and cut one of our kids' hair. So they were walking around with this great design all week. They were so excited. They got to eat off the food truck and just rub elbows with everyone there. And they just thought they were the celebrities. And we were very, very thankful that the NFLPA also donated $5,000 and gave books to our library. And so it was just such a meaningful day for us at the Home of the Dragons. And celebrations continue because then our Head Start kiddos got to participate in Friendship Day. And they and their parents got dressed up as princes and princesses. And our Head Start kiddos made lunch for their parents. They made pizzas. And they had very nicely decorated tables and they got to sit down and share a meal with their families. They sang 2 beautiful songs about school and how they loved their school. And then all the parents received flowers at the end. And it was just an amazing day to celebrate friendship and how much of an impact we can make at such a young age in creating those relationships with our kids. So I thank all of our staff for helping make that happen. But thank you.
Thank you. And the celebrations continue on February 27th. Whittier School was one of 9 tour sites for the Coronado Historic Neighborhood Tour. And today we have Principal Olmsted to share with us more about the details.
Good afternoon, President Trujillo, Board and Cabinet. We did have, so Coronado Neighborhood Association goes from 7th Street to 16th Street. So that's Emerson School and Whittier. But Whittier is the historic building. So we opened 1929. So we were able to get on the home tour. So there were 8 houses and then the school. So we were able to have over 100 people come through the school. We had a couple classrooms open. We had a couple of the old sewing machines from the home ec classes there. And we just kind of talked about what the area in the world looked like in 1929 to our guests. And then we did make some commemorative magnets on there. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. You got to no swag, right? So I went to his guy on that. But it was a great time, and we are proud to be a member of the Coronado Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next, I'm turning it over to Dr. Gonzalez, who gets an opportunity to share some thoughts about our National School Social Work Week, which is March 5th to the 12th.
Good evening, President Trujillo, members of the board, members of our community, and our cabinet. It is with great honor that we celebrate our social workers. Our social workers are the people who are there in the middle of any of the crises that we experience. And they do so with such amazing grace in helping to make us all feel safe, to make us feel heard, to make us feel loved, and to make us feel cared for. And it's an incredibly important role that they fill in our district. And so we're proud to be able to say thank you to our social workers and to be able to continue to make sure that we have social workers in our schools to take care of our students, our staff, and our families.
And last but not least, we have a very special invitation to our community members as well as members outside of our community. And Ms. Linda Jeffries will share about the special invitation.
Thank you. Good evening, President Trujillo, members of the governing board and our community. We are excited to share that we are hosting our education showcase on March 25th, Saturday from 10:30 to 2:30 at Hance Park. It's on the east side of Hance Park near the Phoenix Public Library. You might recall last year we celebrated our 150th with a picnic in the park. So this is year 2 of that celebration, but we are terming it as our education showcase. So it's an opportunity for our district schools to showcase each of the opportunities that we have available for parents to enroll their students or their children in our schools. All of our schools will have a stage presence, so they'll get to highlight some of the great things that are happening on their campuses. We'll have food trucks and lots of community partners will be joining us for just a fun day in the park. So we invite all of our friends and community members to come and check out Phoenix #1 and see all that we have to offer.
Thank you. Please make sure you invite a friend so that that friend invites a friend and so on and so forth. We're looking forward to a very, very nice event. And that's all we have this evening for our awards, recognitions, and announcements.
Thank you, everyone. How exciting. What a jam-packed boardroom. So congratulations, Kenilworth. Congratulations, Andres. That's such a really humongous, exciting thing to celebrate. I didn't expect it, so I'm really glad to hear it. Thank you, Mr. Fuentes, for sharing that with the board. And Ms. Millsaps, I wanted to thank you always for those thank you cards that your students always do. Those are just wonderful. So congratulations, everybody. With that, we're going to move on to our board member reports. Do we have any board members that would like to share their reports? I have a few, but I want to go last.
Point of clarification, we are on superintendent's report.
I'm
B1.
so sorry. I get those transposed in my head. So awards, recognitions, and announcements go first, and then we transition to our superintendent's report. My apologies. Keep the floor. I should have not even talked. Thank you very much.
No, it's okay. So today we continue with our celebrations, and as part of the personnel recommendations today, you will see we have 2 principals and a director that will be retiring at the end of the school year. And I would like to congratulate these individuals for their dedicated service to our district. I will begin with Ms. Sylvia Bernal. She has been with the district for 29 years. She started as an instructional assistant at Magnet Traditional School, where she also began her teaching career. She served as an IEIS and has most recently served as a principal at Garfield School for 10 years. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Sylvia Bernal in her retirement. Ms. Millsaps, principal at Dunbar School. Ms. Millsaps started her career in the district in 2003 as a teacher at Lowell School. She served as an IEIS in Lowell and Garfield School, was an assistant principal, and has been the principal at Dunbar School for the last 6 years. Join me in congratulating Ms. Millsaps on her retirement. And Ms. Michelle Burkhardt, our Director of Child Nutrition, has been responsible for preparing nutritious meals and feeding our students for the last 18 years, including taking our meals on the road and setting up serving sites throughout our neighborhood and delivering meals to home during the pandemic. Again, join me in congratulating Ms. Burkhardt on her retirement. It is great to see the longevity that our employees bring to a district that they love. And also, this gives me the opportunity to share with you that we have had several interviews to fill directors, coordinators, and most recently principals. And it is with great pride and joy that I share with you that we have very strong candidates. wanting to join our family. And it's going to be a very tough decision to make as we continue. You will see those recommendations, but I'm just so proud to see that we're attracting talent of diverse nature that allows us to bring our district to a whole new space as we continue our journey together. Those are all of the superintendent reports for now. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll just head right into our board member reports. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first. And I'm sorry because I have a lot of items to cover, but I'll try to go briefly. Number one, first, I just want to thank our community and our staff for executing our student outcome focused governing community meetings. Thank you for all the feedback. We're still compiling the information, and later on in the agenda, we'll also discuss more in detail what those goals and guardrails look like. So, but I wanted to acknowledge and just appreciate everybody that helped us execute such a wonderful community outreach meetings. And number two, I just want to also recognize Dr. Ibi Davila Hagiga on the Reigniting Hope and Health event that we had last month. It was a great event. I did not know what I was walking into, but it was just a great spirited room, and I just felt a lot of energy, and I was just really glad to see all our staff show up as well. Number three, Ms. Trujillo and I attended training a couple weeks ago in Los Angeles. This is a cohort that we're part of due to our student outcome focused governance framework that we've adopted. We're also in a cohort with around 30 other school board members across the nation that are also learning how to implement this framework. And it was just really nice to be able to network and extend our learning as far as, what other school districts are facing and just share all our successes. So it was a great training that I wanted to share with my colleagues. And then number four, the City of Phoenix Aviation and Community and Economic Development Department held a community meeting a couple weeks ago in regards to the land reuse strategy. This is an area by the Sky Harbor Airport. It has affected Herrera and Ott. And for a long time, the Federal Aviation Administration told the City of Phoenix that all the parcels they had purchased to relocate families that were being impacted by the airport, they've made a decision to be able to release what can happen on those properties. So before they were residential properties, and now they can stay residential if they're privately owned, but if the city owns them, they will turn into more commercial industrial. But this was an outreach meeting just to catch up what the FAA has allowed use on those properties. So it'd be a long-term conversation that we'll continue to have with the city, and to see what best uses we could do with our facility of Anot. Number five, I wanted to say thank you to Miss Anaí Di Santiago. She is the K-3 reading intervention specialist. She invited us to read across America last Thursday. I was at Capitol. I was able to read to fifth graders about Sounder, which is about a dog. And yes, it's very sad. Don't get me started. I will cry. But, I think I also had a dog. So I think they were more interested in Princess, as always. And then number six, I want to thank Paul Lawrence Dunbar Dragons for their performance this weekend at the Connection Fair. This is a Connection Fair that happens every year where we bring resources to the community, and they're able to get connected with resources such as housing, neighborhood services, all sorts of faith-based organizations that are in our community. But it was such a pleasure to see our Dunbar Dragons performing, and it was their first practice. So I was assured that on the 25th, they'll be much more versed, but it was just great to see that community be activated again. And that's all I had for this past month. Thank you.
Thank you. I can go next. So for my board reports, it's just thank you to Sylvia Bernal and Principal Millsaps for their investment and really strengthening the backbone of this community, which is our first district here in the state, Phoenix Elementary School District. So a big thank you to them, and happily ever after with whatever you choose, whatever comes next after this journey. So much appreciation and gratitude for everything you've done to invest in our students and our community here. Thank you again to Dr. Bernal for always being open to community, do community partnerships, corporate partnerships, and taking Garfield students out to the Dream Hustle Code Super Bowl event. They got to go to Thunderbird, ASU Global Management, see that campus, interact with some key community leaders there, learn more about coding and computational thinking skills, and get exposure to a career in coding and computer science. As far as for me, I finished the board finance training that the district offered through Georgetown University's Edunomics Lab. We got to go to Cleveland for just introduction. It was a 2-day thing. And then it focused on state ed finance, teacher compensation, federal finance regulations, debts and bonds to Vice President Bueno's point, benefits, pensions, finance equity, federal right to education, and lastly, using data, declining enrollment, public money in private schools. And that's just to speak to our model of governance too, of how we're trying to continue to get professional development to best serve our community and our students' interest to have positive student outcomes. Thank you to Dr. Sotelo for inviting me out to the Herrera's campus to continue to learn about their big picture of school gardening efforts that they want at Herrera at the Herrera Garden site. So a big thank you to inviting me out to that and meeting the parents there that are rallying to continuing their garden efforts. What else do I have? Thank you to everyone who, we're still working on continuing tree plantings like we did at Herrera for our South Phoenix schools. So stay tuned for that because those schools are primarily in areas that have low tree equity scores. And then 2 more things. Thank you to everyone who came out to our community events, who invested their time after professional hours, after work, or whatever you had to do that day to come out to the campus and to our district, to one of the school sites and learn about our board goals over the next 5 years up until we get to 2027. And I urge you to keep following along as we monitor those goals through attending board meetings like you're here, or if you're listening virtually, through listening virtually. Big thank you again, many times over to our president, Trujillo, and Vice President Bueno for leading those efforts, for preparing us. This work, as if you attended the meetings, started off last year. So it's been a long time coming and we're continuing those efforts. So thank you. I feel better prepared as a board member and I know that our new board member is going to be better prepared to enter into whatever she's entering into to lead and serve our community's best interests. And then to reiterate Linda Jeffrey's point, and just to add to that, the educational showcase is March 25th. The vendor link to the event details are on the website, but please share the vendor link, or if you have a nonprofit or want to bring resources, share resources that you have to our community, please share that so you can have a presence at that event. So community that does attend, connect to those resources. And then that's the end of my report.
Do you mind if I go really quick, Dr. Vink? A lot of mine was just really piggybacking on the items that Vice President Bueno mentioned. So thank you for sharing about those. Those were my top 3. I'm really appreciative of all the staff and all of our board members for taking the time to make these community engagement sessions happen. And it was really wonderful to experience our FACE staff, our family and community engagement specialists and coordinators. It's clear that position is very helpful to bringing the community together along with the district. And it was really great to get to see that in person and it really experience it. So thank you very much. Your efforts are appreciated. And I can't say enough just how much I value that part of our district Next, the cohort training was wonderful. I was really glad to be there with another board member. Third, it is National Reading Month this March, so I was really excited to read to students at Capitol as well. Shout out to Miss Escanuela's first grade classroom. Thank you to Miss Anai for the invitation, and then the 8th graders that buddied up and got us where we needed to go. Everything was very organized, so shout out to you guys as well for a very successful event. Kudos, because it was great. Lastly, I hope I heard correctly that it was National School Bus Driver Appreciation Day at the end of February. So I just wanted to give a shout out to our transportation department. We appreciate all you do. You are the front line for our community, answering the phone and getting our kids here and everywhere safely. So again, just we appreciate you. We value all the efforts you put in, and please don't ever think we take that for granted. Lastly, I got to volunteer with Emerson. Thanks to Dr. Vink. There was a PBIS celebration, so I got to join the cafeteria school dance for kindergartners through 4th grade. So shout out to Emerson for another successful event. Thank you all very much.
Okay, well, it's always hard to follow, but I am so grateful to serve alongside such strong leaders. March is also Women's History Month. So shout out to all of the incredible women on our school boards and leading our school districts for all of the work that they've done to lay foundations and work that women continue to do in our schools. I do also want to take just a moment to address an issue in our greater Phoenix community right now. One of our nearby school board colleagues has recently drawn national attention from hate groups. And tonight we're wearing our cat ear headbands in solidarity, because being a Black, Latina, queer school board member is exactly the kind of representation our students need. That is our colleague. If we are going to have a community that is physically safe for people to be who they are, that is the kind of representation we need. When I was elected, remember, the local community voted for the board members. I understood that our education system needed to be completely dismantled if we were ever going to have safe spaces for students. So kudos to the Washington Elementary School District board members for taking steps to dismantle the oppressive system our education system was built on. As for Phoenix L, I will continue to vote to uphold our LGBTQ and Black Lives Matter resolutions to keep kids safe. When I say safe, I mean alive. Data shows that students in these communities are at much higher risk of suicide, assault, or police violence. So before you come for school board members, think about your children. Shouldn't they feel safe to show up as who they are in our schools? Don't you want leaders who are unafraid to fight for your kid, your kids' friends, your neighbors' kids? Your children are watching. Stand up for our children and show some love for those standing beside you. I do want to note that I am incredibly grateful to the Phoenix L community that has stood beside us as we have made those moves to support all of our students. I am grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vink. Very powerful and absolutely necessary. Thank you for your leadership. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. With that, we will move on to our community communications. Mrs. Valenzuela, do we have any community communications this evening?
We do not have any community communications.
All right, do we have any comment cards?
We do
Okay.
not have comment cards.
All right. All right. With that, we will move on to item E. It looks like the approval of our consent agenda. We can take a moment to, if we want to give everyone time to comfortably step out. Thank you all for being here. Bye-bye. All right, do we have any well, we already did our agenda earlier. Do we have a motion to approve our consent agenda as presented?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Reggie Carrillo, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call vote to approve our consent agenda as presented?
Roll call for Mr. Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Bueno,
Aye.
Ms. De La Rosa, Dr. Vink,
Aye.
and President Trujillo.
Aye. Thank you, Mrs. Valenzuela. With that, our motion passes and our consent agenda is approved. The board does review this and items prior to our board meeting here, so they are a list of items that are moved in one motion to save time and efforts for the more consistent things that go on to keep our payroll and everything going. So the board has reviewed those along with questions to staff. So with that, we will move on to item F, F1, to receive and discuss our funding of projects pursuant to the successful bond election. Thank you to our community. The
Yes.
floor is yours, Dr. Hagigat and Mr. Manley. Thank you.
Tonight, Mr. Manley will walk us through a presentation that has a lot of wording, but he's going to simplify it for us. Over to you, Mr. Manley. No pressure.
Hello. Oh, fantastic. President Trujillo and board members. Before I start, I just want to say thank you very much for your words. They mean a lot. And the fact that we have a community that supports public education, along with the pieces that you talked about, speaks volumes for the community that we live in and work in. Speaking of that, before I start to kick this off, I wanted to thank the governing board and the community. Having personally worked in districts that have not supported public education, I know as a parent, I've worked in some places where we desperately needed bonds to pass to just keep up with the times. And so I can't speak the volumes of work that it comes to allow me to bring this presentation to you guys. And so thank you to the governing board and thank you to the community at large for supporting not just our bond, but our override. So thank you for that. Secondly, again, this presentation is going to present the opening salvo of purchasing bonds that our election allowed us to do this past November. It's going to be introducing our planned first bond purchase supported by the November election. With that, I'd like to introduce a couple of partners in the community that are underwriters and our Esquire that helped us put these things together. But I'd like to introduce Robert Castillas, sorry, Randy Stein and Kev. I'm going to ruin your last name yet again. Klavica. Sharefka. I did a terrible job. And then also I was going to introduce our Jim Gal from Gust, who's going to also help with this presentation. And if you want to come on up, we're going to kick us off with some general information. But again, in this past November, our electorate allowed us to go for purchasing up to $97 million in bond purchases. These are very much needed. We have historic buildings and we have needs. I know that before I showed up here, there was some prioritized pieces that needed to be taken care of. So with that, we are going to front load ADA accessibility, safety, and then we need to do some facelifts of our schools in addition to some very other important pieces. But with that, I just wanted to introduce this group and kind of kick off how that process works and how it affects our community. And again, a quick thank you to the community for putting us in this position to present. With that being said, here's Mob. Thank you. Sure. Right.
Good evening, President Trujillo, fellow board members, cabinet as well. We appreciate the opportunity to be before you. Time does fly. Last spring, we were here when the board considered and called for the bond election, and obviously a lot of work went into that process. And with a successful passage last November, this is the first step as you consider funding the priority projects that Mr. Manley has talked about. And so we did put together, forgive us, a lot of information. We're not going to go through it in a lot of detail, just kind of the highlights, if you will. They don't let me with the clicker because I tend to shoot off missiles to Russia. So Randy's going to do that. Bad joke. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. But this page, we wanted to just highlight a couple items. Your growth in your assessed valuation continues in that upward trajectory, as you can see over the last several years, which is important because it plays into not only the bonding capacity that you can issue over the course of time, 10 years from your authorization, but also will help mitigate the tax rate with a higher value. On the next page, we wanted to show a history of your tax rate on a combined basis, obviously with the override, the bonds, also the primary. You can see that has been trending down as well. Mr. Manley had referenced the passage of the last election, as well as some of the overrides that took place. On page 5, just for your edification, we wanted to show the bonds that have been issued over time. The last bond sale by the district to further your program for priority projects was back in 2018 pursuant to your 2015 bond election. So on the next page, a lot of work again with the financing team, administration to try to strategize based on your projects that you want to consider how the bond sales would flow. And you can see for this particular first sale, we're looking at approximately 22 million. When we come back before the board in 2 weeks with the authorizing resolution, Mr. Jim Gill at Gus can talk more about that. You'll see a higher not to exceed amount. We try to provide flexibility for the district, not only in terms of the amount of bonds as you continue to internally work on which projects you want to finance with the first sale. There'll be a not to exceed interest rate, the maturity not to exceed 20 years, which is statutorily, you can't go longer than 20 years. And then with those planned sales, the first one, obviously, as I just mentioned, if you went to the far right, we were trying to target keeping your tax rate constant at the 90 cents, which has been kind of the level the last couple of years. There are some variables you can't control, which is your assessed valuation, the interest rate. We continue to see the volatility in the markets. You read about it, you see it on TV, but you still are relatively at a good interest rate level if we're going to be conservative on our estimate of what the interest rate is. The district, last time you sold bonds was an A+ rating from Standard & Poor's, which is a good rating. And so we'll, again, working with Mr. Manley and the rest of the staff, work with Standard & Poor's, try to get the bonds insured to be in a position to get the lowest interest rate possible when we get to that point in time, which is highlighted on page 9. This is, again, working with the rest of the financing team. As I mentioned, we'll be back in a couple weeks to have before you that bond authorizing resolution for your consideration. With that, we would be able to move forward the rest of the financing team with working on all the other aspects of the transaction. We're working towards underwriting and pricing the bonds in mid-April, which would provide a bond closing in early May. We're targeting the week of May 8th, which we would deposit monies there at the county treasurer on your behalf to start in on your project. So that's roughly the timeline. Again, a lot of information. We want to make sure we address any questions that you do have. Again, Mr. Gill will be here to talk about the bond resolution that you'll, if you're wanting to have that discussion, consider next board meeting. So I'll pause to see if you have any questions.
And obviously, if there's any questions down the road, feel free to reach out and we can answer them. We're kind of in that sweet spot where we want to get this done so that we can break around this June. We want to get as much started as we can that doesn't disrupt education. So I'm glad that that we were all able to recognize that this is the opportunity. We're meeting these timelines right now. We're going to likely be seeking additional input on specifics about the priority projects that we've identified so that we can start getting quotes so that we can hit the ground running as soon as that money drops into the Treasury's Department. So if you don't have any other questions, we'll move on. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out and we'll do our best to answer them.
Just for page 7, I have questions, and probably page 3. For page 7, remind me of your name again, sir.
Excuse me, I'm Bob Casillas with
Bob
Stifel.
Casillas.
Yes,
Oh, Casillas. For page 7, when you said the lowest rate at that point on here, it says 4.75%, and then goes to 5%. So is that interest rate like a predicted interest rate, or is it what you're expecting?
That's our guesstimate. We've been underwriting some recent bond issues, for instance, Marana Unified School District. Recently, we underwrote about 30 million of school improvement bonds. That interest rate was 4.25% on a net interest cost basis. We recently underwrote bonds for Roosevelt Elementary School District. That was several months ago. I think that was early January. And that interest rate, it had a different maturity length than what you're considering, but that was roughly 3.5, 3.7. So again, it's a function that interest rate on the day that we actually underwrite and price your bonds, which will be mid-April. So the volatility that we'll continue to see up and down, whatever day we get into the market, that will be the final rate and it'll be fixed at that time. But right now we're trying to be conservative with our interest rate assumption at 4.75%.
Okay, so more than likely will it be a little bit higher than this? No.
The resolution
Well,
that you'll
yeah,
consider
3.5 or lower than that.
potentially, depending on what rates do between today and in mid-April when we actually get ready to price the bonds. It'll depend on what your bond rating is. The other thing that we will do on the district's behalf, working with Mr. Manley and the rest of administrative staff, to try to get your bonds insured. You've in the past received insurance from some of the major insurance companies that typically insure bonds.
Mhm.
That will help drive the interest rate lower as well. So
And you said a rating was an A?
in 2008, you were rated A+ by Standard & Poor's.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good questions. Thank you.
I definitely don't know enough to have more questions, but I think this is something that I'm super excited about because we do need all of those things that you had mentioned. Our community, our schools are definitely in need of some facelifts here and there. So I look forward to learning more about how this process goes. Thank you very much for all of the very detailed information. And we will see you next board meeting.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. With that, we'll move on to item F2 to receive and discuss our student achievement iReady math and reading data.
Thank you, President Trujillo. To the podium, we have Drs. Gonzalez and Lloyd that will be giving us an update as to how our students are growing during this first semester. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
And I get the clicker. Good evening, President Trujillo, board members, cabinet, and our public. We are excited to give you an update on our progress. And we thought, as a level set for our audience, it's important for us to begin by showing you what the board's proposed goals are for the students outcomes-based focused governance. So one of the goals that we had recommended was the goal 1, early childhood literacy. And so what we're showing you tonight is the progress that we would be able to make from the point that we are today for grade 2 across the district in our reading or ELA scores on the AASA. The goal is to go from 28% of our students being proficient to being 52% of our students showing proficiency by 2027. The purpose of an early childhood literacy goal is because we recognize that being able to read by the time you are on 3rd grade, being able to read on grade level is a critical marker for future success in accessing all other content areas. The next goal that we have is early childhood mathematics, goal 2. That is also, we're currently at 28%. Our goal by 2027 is to be at 52% students showing proficiency. And again, being able to compute and understand the concepts of number and operations by the time you are in 3rd grade is a good predictor of future success in problem solving and accessing math and science as well as other areas. And please excuse the typo. It should be 3rd grade, not 8th grade students. Oh, where does, oh, thank you very much. Here is our 8th grade. And so we flipped the 2 pieces of information. The goal for middle grades should be the percent of 8th grade. And if you look at the slide, the graph has the correct title. In grade 8, this is our ELA again. Currently, we're at 26%. Our goal by 2027 is to be at 49%. And the blue line is the marker for, I should have explained this earlier, the blue line is the marker for where we are as a district. The yellow line represents where the state is performing if they continue to show approximately a 2% gain. And here is our grade 8 mathematics. This is goal 5, middle years mathematics. We're currently at 15%. The goal is to hit 45%. And then, of course, you can see where we would pass the state would be as early as 2024, 2025. We would be above the state if we're making progress on those goals. So as we transition, Dr. Lloyd's going to talk about where we are with our current growth measures using iReady.
Thank you. President Trujillo, members of the board, thanks for being here tonight, and grateful to be able to show you just a snapshot, right? There's a lot of data that we can present, but tonight I'm just presenting a quick, brief, easily digestible amount of data to show you our progress towards some of these goals. So I'm not going to make a lot of comments, but I'll just show you what's there. And the diagnostic data is really important for our district. It's an important tool that we have because it adapts with our students answering questions correctly or incorrectly, and doesn't just measure how they're doing with grade level skills, but how they're doing overall and their skills on different domains so that we have knowledge of their strengths and where we need to start building from with each one of our students. And then what the prerequisite skills are that we need to build from there to help them to get to grade level. It also helps us have a more robust measure of growth, because if a student is reading on second grade level, even though they're a third grader, it's important to know that and to know how they're doing with progressing towards third grade versus just knowing, oh, they can't do a lot of third grade things yet. So we're grateful to have this tool and share these data with you. These data that I'm going to show is just from fall, which most students took it in August, which within the first 4 weeks of school, and then to winter, which was done in December, mostly December. We did start November 30th. So it's about a 12-week time span for instruction in between that. And these are showing how students grew and we put them all into a growth category in terms of how they're doing with growing towards a typical amount of growth for a year. So you can see the 3 categories are represented by the different colors. So we have the yellow color, which is our low or no gain, which we said was less than 40%, meaning they made less than 40% of the growth you'd see for an entire year. And this is at the halfway point. So that would be low gain. An average would be making between 40 to 60%. So that's the green bar that you see in the middle. And then high growth would be if they're making more than 60% at that point in the year, right? Because it was only after 12 weeks of instruction. And that's our blue bar at the end. And the great news is that we have, obviously, our blue bar is the highest, indicating that we have over half of our students who are making high growth in our third grade literacy. And that's critical, as Dr. Gonzalez said, to ensuring that our students have the right outcomes in our district. And some of these students may even be on track to make more than 1 year's growth, which is definitely what we need for many of our students. The average, again, is around 11% for those who fall into that average category. And then we still have a little more than a third of students who fall into that low or no gain column, students who still need some additional supports. And we'll share at the end of our slides what some of those are that we will ensure going forward. And I do just want to clarify again, these are growth data, right? Not proficiency. The difference, meaning that we're not talking about just how they're doing with their grade level skills, but how they're doing growing towards grade level. Because we really want to focus for a lot of our students, the first challenge and hurdle is growing them at the right rates so that they can be proficient on grade level. The next slide is our growth for third grade math from fall to winter again. And we should say only students who took both the fall and the winter are included in these data so that we had a comparable sample of students. And here you see that the percent of students who fall into that low or no gain group is slightly higher than we had in early literacy. Our average group is also a little higher, and then our high group is at 42.8%. When you add the average and the high together, it is still about 60% of our students who are making average and high growth in third grade math. So going on to 8th grade. So here we see the same type of data. Again, we're looking at fall to winter, and we see around 46%, almost half of our students who fell into that no or low and no gain group, about 3% in the average, and a little over half into the high. And this is definitely something that we discussed in our meetings as we went out and met with principals, in terms of making sure that we're identifying what are the patterns of growth that we need to replicate and scale, and those that we need to disrupt and improve, and where we have growth opportunities, especially in trying to ensure that our students all have goals that help with their growth, both in areas of behavior, their beliefs, and in their skills. And last slide I have for you is the 8th grade math. And we can see it is we have a slightly higher percentage of students in average and high for math than we did in reading. And we're working to make sure, one of the things that we're also working to make sure is that those students have enough time in those areas. That's one of the areas that Dr. Gonzalez is going to speak to, that we've recognized, and we're taking steps to ensure that our students have the time that they need, that they receive effective lessons, and that we are making sure it meets their needs. So I'm going to pause there for any questions.
I do have a question about the students that are not part of this data. Can you maybe share that information when you have it, maybe in a board update? I just want to see, like, because I understand maybe those students came in later after testing
Right.
and stuff.
Yeah.
So I just kind of want to see like how many students that is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was kind of stuck on the number of students in the testing data too. So so many questions about the 500-ish students and like how that's still, it really doesn't have a whole lot to do with this data though. It's just more like, oh, how is that spread apart? Because divided, that's like not that many kids in each school. So
Yeah.
anyway, for future discussions, I was kind of stuck on that. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's where, we're trying to make sure that you have more data that's broken down by school and grade level and some of the reports that we give you in order to make this again, a more digestible and bite-sized data presentation. We've limited it to these data. All right, I'll turn the time over back to Dr. Gonzalez.
So as we think about our inputs that we're looking at to influence our outcomes, one of the areas has really been an emphasis on reading fundamentals with core phonics instruction. When our curriculum team got here earlier last year, we took apart the reading curriculum and realized that the piece that was missing was explicit phonics instruction. And we know that the science of reading is a critically important part of understanding how to read and being able to be proficient as a 3rd grade reader. So we've started using that. We also have partnered with the state and are providing district-wide literacy training in letters, and that is literacy. It's literacy education training for reading and spelling. That's what it stands for. Pulled that out. But this is a really important training, and it's a very robust training. It's a 2-year training. Our teachers are going, many of our teachers, it's voluntary, are going through this training throughout the course of the year. And we're using it K through 8 because, as you saw in that reading data, some of our 8th grade students are not showing the kind of progress that they need. And when we break down that phonemic understanding and understanding the spelling rules and the phoneme rules that go into vocabulary and word composition, those are skill sets that our students are lacking. So we're teaching all of our teachers how to explore bringing that into all of their curriculum as they're becoming teachers of literacy, not just teachers of math or teachers of ELA. We're all teachers of literacy. In addition to that, Dr. Lloyd mentioned that we don't always see enough minutes allocated for instruction in reading and mathematics. So next year, we have asked all of our schools to provide consistent, sustained instructional minutes for reading and mathematics across the board. This is going to be a shift in the way that some of our schools have been able to do this. So that's one of the areas that we're going to focus. We're looking at 90 minutes K through 5 in math and 90 minutes K through 5 in reading. And then in 6 through 8, a minimum of 60 minutes in math and in reading. So we're making sure that we have that sustained time. In addition, this comes back to one of the points Dr. Vink made. We're providing focused learning cycles in reading and math with supported planning. Part of the reason for this is that if I'm in a school and I'm the only person teaching my grade level, I don't have a team of teachers to plan with and to understand how to explore strategy instruction or how to look at what my students are doing and come up with other strategies and approaches to that. So by grouping teachers across the district by their grade levels with leaders from our sites who will be able to support that, we're creating time for them to explore what the instructional cycle is or the learning cycle for the period of time and actually delve into what do our students know and what are they able to do, and now what do we do collectively at that grade level to be able to help improve performances there. And it creates a team of people working in our small schools across the district to approach this. In addition, we're also using a new, we're going to continue to use the iReady diagnostic, but we're using the iReady diagnostic with a process that we've talked about before and that you approved a few meetings ago that allows teachers to create their own formative assessments along the way to test if this is the standard I'm teaching, do my students understand this well enough for me to go on, or to create small groups and provide very specific small group instruction for students as they need it. We will also be able to create common formative assessments that allow us as a district to create benchmarking in quick, easy bites so that we see where things are going well that we can replicate and bring to scale across the district. And finally, we're offering summer school. Right now, we're doing focused summer school on accelerated learning in reading with our Move On When Reading grants, but we are also partnering with outside agencies to provide enrichment with reading and with math for the summer programming. So those are some of the inputs that we're bringing to bear to help improve those outcomes that we shared earlier.
I have a question about the instructional minutes. Who is going to be doing that coaching to the sites?
So Dr. Ailshire, myself, Dr. Lloyd, Ms. Nikolic, Dr. Hagigat, we presented this framework to the principals earlier this year and we're requesting that they submit their schedules early so that we can help approach that. All of the school support team leads are also working with their school teams that they support in helping to make sure that those schedules are ready. Those schedules then get turned into Marie Clark and MIS. That then becomes our trigger to make sure that those minutes are in place. And then when we go out and inspect, we can see that in fact, those minutes are in place.
Okay, that's the process, but who's going to be doing the coaching?
The coaching for
reading and math.
So that's part of the instruction that you see with letters. And when we talk about that break where all the teachers in the kindergarten are being led by principals and other district-wide leaders who are key in that grade level, they'll be coaching the teachers in those instructional cycles. Every 4 weeks, they'll be getting a new instructional cycle. They'll be able to look at that, understand how to teach that, how to break that down, how to use the data to create those small groups and to create that instruction. So it's less of a teacher standing in front of a room of 20-something students and more of a teacher working with another instructional assistant or another specialist to help provide that targeted instruction based on what the student needs from the diagnostic that they've been presented.
Okay, I was just under the impression that we had staff that did the instructional coaching for science, reading, and mathematics.
We have instructional coaches they're called master teachers. And the master teachers are providing just side-by-side coaching and in all subject areas. It's good strategy instruction. It's the use of data. It's student-led coaching. So you look at your student data and you use your student data to identify what strategies you need to employ. And we have specialists, content specialists in math, science, and reading.
Okay, so maybe I'm not asking the right question. I think I'm thinking of the curriculum.
The curriculum team,
Yeah.
they're designing the instruction and then the team then takes the instruction and they'll help to provide that coaching. So it's a group of with 3 coaches, it's not enough to cover the entire district. So we're creating a strategy where we're creating more leaders who are able to do that coaching.
Okay, thank you. And then just my last question is around summer school. because it is focused, are you then handpicking which students need to come to the summer school? And then how are we getting that communication out to the parents?
So our Move On When Reading is a very focused summer school. It's targeted to those students who are in the lowest quartile of reading K-3. So they're invited. That goes out through our family and community engagement specialists as well as through our principals. We also send letters from the district in English and in Spanish or in the student's home language to the family, telling them that they need to attend the summer school or their child may be held back a year. That's in the state statute that we have to do that. In addition, we do invite other students as we have space available based on staffing to ensure that we're able to attract all of the students who will benefit from this. So we also have summer school that's focused for our Indian students as well as for our English learners.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate the mention of the core phonics instructions. I was asked by several families, they had heard on KJZZ that core phonics aren't being taught anymore, and they were just kind of concerned. And so I'm glad that I'm able to have a clear answer. Thank you.
Yes, we are teaching core phonics.
I have just a couple questions. In regards to the phonics and letters training, are we paying teachers for additional hours for that training or stipends?
It's during their school day and it is voluntary. So we are not paying, we pay for the training. We don't pay a stipend on top of that.
Can you tell me more about how the training is during the school day?
During their professional development time on Wednesdays.
Okay.
That's when
So
this is their professional development for that time.
okay, so they don't have to do the addition, whatever the other professional development would be.
If they're doing letters, they're excused from other professional development.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. And then for the supported planning, is that additional planning periods for teachers, or is that going to take away from current planning time?
That is additional plan time. So that's structured on their Wednesdays that are not taken up by professional development.
I feel like we might need more Wednesdays.
We need many more Wednesdays.
Oh, okay. I support more Wednesdays, by the way, in any way that we can get them. You know what I mean. And then the last one was the sustained minutes. How does that work for our signature schools?
Our signature schools already meet the minute requirements, so it does not impact Magnet Traditional or Shaw Montessori because they already meet the sustained minutes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for thank you for allowing us to present the information.
Thank you both. Thank you again very much for the information. This leads and segues into our next item, F3, to discuss the student outcomes focused governance goals and the superintendent and governing board guardrails timeline. So this space was put on this agenda in order to give the board time to discuss how our community engagement sessions went, the feedback that we received, and make sure that we have reached all the audiences that we wanted to connect with, and then just really see where we're at and where we want to put our finalized draft on a future agenda.
Okay, I'll start. I just want to remind our community why we're moving in this direction of adopting a governance model. Last year during our superintendent search, we did send out surveys to ask our community staff, stakeholders, what they wanted to see in a superintendent. And we heard some comments that they wanted a leader that would be able to really help and support the board in understanding our role and responsibility as governing board. And so, you know, I don't think any of us up here take this job lightly. And so we explored what type of governance models would best suit what we're looking for our district. And that's when we came across the student outcome focused governance framework. And this is just why we're moving forward in this direction, is because we are aware that we are new in this position. We were hiring a new superintendent, and it just seemed like the perfect segue to be able to implement a model and really collaboratively work together as superintendent and governing board. Now, with that being said, we started this journey back in September of 2022. And now in February of this year, we have launched 15 community meetings. We were very thankful to each site for accommodating us and providing the staff support needed to execute these meetings. It was also an opportunity for the governing board to continue to do outreach in our communities. Ever since, you know, we've been elected, we just hadn't had that opportunity due to COVID precautions and measures. And it was just a way for us to get back out there and engage with our community. We wanted to make sure that they knew that they had a governing board that is working and listening to their concerns. And so it's really important for us to all attend several of the sites and engage with our families. So with that, I did hear some of the feedback I received from our families included in our goals. We just didn't mention about our SEL, our social emotional learning. So I think maybe if we can revisit our guardrails or have some type of mention about the social emotional learning that we all very strongly feel about. And our parents are also asking for resources for themselves to also understand and learn and be able to support their children at home. So that's one area that I heard. And thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for sharing the parking lot items. We still have some processing to do in terms of seeing what the survey said, some of the parking lot items. So during these meetings, we were very clear that we wanted to answer any questions that were about our student outcome focused governance model and not specific to site questions or concerns. So we're in the process of just clearing all that information and being able to work again on the goals and the guardrails. I felt we did get a lot of support. I was very glad that our community, you know, after showing them the data and being transparent through this process, I feel we did get a lot of buy-in. I feel like we got a lot of support and people that are our community that is supporting us and, you know, really understanding why are we taking such a big stance on our academic goals? Because that's the whole reason we exist, right? As a school district is to increase what our students know and can do. And that's why those 5 goals are around our academic goals. Some said they were too high. Some said they were too low. See what other, trying to think off the top of my head, what other input I received. Yeah, I think overall too, what I understood was the parents want to feel more empowered and a part of their child's education journey. It seems right now there's a disconnect even maybe around parent-teacher conferences, that they don't feel that they actually get to speak to the teachers. So it was just really great to be able to hear from parents and just see how motivated they are to also contribute to their child's success. So I'll stop talking so I can hear about some of the other sites that I wasn't able to be at. But I really, again, thank my colleagues and all our staff for supporting us to execute our meetings.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Bueno. Yeah, I'm excited to dig into the feedback. I just did preliminary glimpses at the feedback that we received, and yeah, it was focused on our goals, but really like continuing to communicate. We did receive a communication order, right? Is continuing to communicate our goals, that these are the board goals and our roles and responsibilities, and the cabinet's roles and responsibilities as to not just what those goals are, but how they're gonna see us monitor and communicate that our those benchmarks as we get to those goals, but also how what is the accountability in hitting those goals or not hitting those goals, right? It's not just what are the goals, but how are we going to get to these goals? And then again, my hope at these board meetings is continuing to explain this model of governance. Like that month wasn't just the month that, okay, you heard of the goals and that's it. You heard of the strategy, that's it. But every time you come to these board meetings, as you're doing now, as you're hearing about these goals, you're hearing about the how, and we're continually taking feedback as we finalize what those goals are. And so, again, big thank you to our president and vice president, because I know that taking on these responsibilities and those roles is a lot of pressure, but it's taking us huge leaps and bounds to where we need to get, and raising the expectation. And when you raise those expectations and you start raising the rigor, then you'll see that reflected in our student outcomes. And as you heard, this is our first time we're implementing this. And so that in itself is raising expectations. And I know that just that in and of itself, we're going to see a huge impact that we're all able to come together and say, okay, with all of our interests, this is the one thing that we're focused on, these 5 goals.
So I think the thing I heard most often was people wanted to know, what's next. So I think understanding the steps in the process are still a struggle for all of us, but we'll get there. So I also would like to, what's next? The only other thought I had during this process, though, is I really wish that we could communicate more clearly to families with younger children, like babies and toddlers, why this information is important now, because we're making a 5-year plan. So you want to know like where the school district is going to be when you are now putting your preschooler or your kindergartner in. And I did actually I tried to share it with my neighborhood social media groups, which are generally really active. And I said, families with babies and toddlers, like this is where you need to be. And it didn't work. So I just am interested in more like discussion around how we engage those families. And because I wish that I had run for board well before Lyndon was in our schools, but it did not occur to me like that it would take as long as it does to make change. They keep saying, well, we'll get there. I'm like, he's in my school now. Like so I do want to figure out how to engage those families. I want our media centers, our cafeterias to be full of people with babies. Like, your 8th grader. Yes, it's important. I want you to show up, but what we do 5 years from now, probably not going to affect them.
I also want to add to other feedback I saw, or just what I saw when we were at these events, is staff support and training. I saw heard a lot of that if we're gonna, with one of our goals or guardrails is have an inclusive culture, a positive culture here at the district, is are we going to be training our staff? The staff needs training to meet these goals and elevating them in this district, right, which is one of our goals. So that was a big concern. And then also just recognition of our staff voice. A lot of staff were there, but I was shocked at them asking me like, oh, like when I would give them the survey, they'd respond like, oh, we're staff. I would be like, well, your voice matters still. Like you should be putting your feedback here. So it's just for me, I got the sentiment that we're staff, so we shouldn't be putting our feedback. But that was counter to what we wanted. And so for me, it's just if it was that sentiment, or there still is that sentiment, that is not accurate, that is not correct. It is because you're staff that we want that your feedback is more important too, that your feedback in the classroom is more constructive and imperative for us, especially as these goals are focused on state assessment, student growth. And it's you who are the experts in the classroom that's going to tell us whether this is viable or not, or what we should be doing differently.
I just want to comment on Dr. Vink's perspective on Head Start. Maybe because we have the partnership with the city of Phoenix, maybe if you wouldn't mind, Dr. Hagigat, making that introduction so that maybe we can go talk to the parents and inform them. And then I do know of other Head Starts, First Things First, some other Head Starts that are in our district that we should definitely connect with in order to present to them.
Yes, and we have a great opportunity on Thursday where we have our business partners. This will be part of that, I call it soft presentation. We're not going to do the full hour, but they're going to understand the goals and the guardrails and the direction that we're going. And so we're probably going to be able to pick some of that support there as well.
Thank you, everybody, for the input. No pun intended, different kind, but my feedback on our community engagement sessions was that it took, a good few meetings. We started out super slow, and then finally towards the end of the third week, it was very up and down as far as attendance. And I think a lot of that had to do with the efforts of the principal and our family and community engagement specialists and coordinators. So I really want to, I guess, say how valuable those connections are, those relationships, that interaction, because we need more of it. We need that kind of engagement and response when we do have these kind of future, as this timeline and monitoring system takes place. So with that, I want to also reiterate that a lot of what I guess that will look like, I know it's going to come in our family resource centers and our goodness. I think that's all we have planned right now is our family resource centers. But those will be a place, I think, where we can have more of that input on what we do kind of want to support, what the supports that we want to give parents to be able to support their kids at home. That way they're doing their absolute best in the classroom. So I know that was a big concern that we didn't have any tangibles to give them. And we just kept explaining that this is a draft form. We haven't, voted on anything yet. We have to do all that as a board. And we couldn't do that without getting the community's input. The system is set up that way. And that's why we adopted this model, because after our board retreat, we learned the different kinds of governing bodies, and we wanted to make sure that we were focused on being a highly effective board. So highly effective boards, they make these goals, they adopt these monitoring systems, they self-evaluate. There's lots of movement, but it's all very focused on our students, and that's just the direction that we want to take. So I know it was hard for all of us to convey this big, overwhelming message, but we are going to continue to keep learning this system and get better at it and better at it. And I would like to see where we all would like to put on the agendas coming up, our drafts, see if we want to have space, time to make some changes, and then also have a space to decide which content we've got to make this stuff available once we do vote it in. So just making sure that we all are on the same page with what content we want on the website too, which was a resource I shared with parents that we would plan to have. So that way, I know we didn't get our key terms list, that kind of helps understand. So stuff like that will be on there with the data, the benchmark data that we'll be looking at, that kind of, so that's kind of a big project, I think. So I did want to at least start talking about it now, so we build up to it. So when we do adopt our final goals and superintendent and board member guardrails, that's kind of in place. So that way we are just in tandem with what we're doing and the community can be aware of it. So those are my two things, is just making sure that we share this with the community, this information that we do have, that we're learning. And then also that the concerns like the social emotional learning, all of the details and what that looks like will come later. But definitely keeping that communication line open so that way they know we're not going to forget about them. And this was just a one-hit wonder kind of a thing, because that's not what the board intends. So with that said, does anybody have any input on other populations that we hadn't reached? I would like to get more information back from our teachers. So I'd like for like our survey, our goals, maybe we do a session with just staff to make sure they get their feedback in, because that's part of our community. And I feel like we didn't get, that's a big expectation to have our teachers come to these meetings after they've been working so hard all day. So I get why we got a few, but I also want to make sure it's accessible to teachers that didn't get to come. But again, you guys are the educators, so I'll follow your lead on whether or not we think we hit that mark.
Was it recorded for the virtual or the iAcademy one then? Is there a way to like more widely share that there is I think it's probably on YouTube, right? So we would just share the link and the survey so that people who haven't had a chance to access it could access that presentation. I mean, I think we did a fantastic job of making our presentations very consistent, which I appreciate. So yeah, so that is my idea for reaching teachers, staff. They could, that way they can access it on their own time. If they're interested and when they have time, if we want to get real fancy, in those extended professional developments and staff meetings, all that extra time we have, they could give time for it there. But yeah.
Well, Dr. Ying said staff, but principals too. I would like to hear principals. Yeah, everybody. And then specifically too with like, one of the guardrails is budgeting equitably. I would like to know about principals' familiarity if we want to provide more nuanced questions, survey questions like familiarity with budgets, their budgets. But yeah, and just asking more nuanced questions with our staff regarding the guardrails and our goals. That's one example.
Going to make a quick note really quick. So please keep the conversation going.
And I mentioned that just not as a way to level competency, but as a way to provide training support. Because I know I went through this finance training and I still have a lot of questions. And I know like principals, you are experts, but anyway, any other ways we can support you too? Mine was just budget, but any other way we can support you too, and teachers in accomplishing these goals. And that's feedback that we need to know about. We need to hear and read.
I didn't actually get a chance to scan the QR code for the survey. Is it anonymous? Anyone know? It's not anonymous? Can't, yeah, I mean, I wonder if staff, meaning everybody who works here, would be more comfortable.
Sure, I can
if
change that.
Unless there's a reason not to.
Yeah, I think we should
I
make it
just,
anonymous.
I kept it, I mean, I collected the information just so I can see what schools they were from, but, I can just make it all anonymous.
I mean, I like the idea of being able to see, but if we want staff to respond, it's got to be anonymous.
And I think it's great that we really had to rely on Ms. Bueno to do a lot of this because she's our most experienced in neighborhood organizing and getting these presentations together. So she's been really helpful and she's created our Google Forms, and this really was a board project, definitely with in collaboration with our administration, but it was our responsibility to carry these out. And administration has been wonderful supporting us. So I'm really glad they came up. So we could definitely thank you, but also share that this is our responsibility. And that's why we created a lot of these things, because we are still learning it. And the best way to learn is to teach it.
So then I guess my question to my colleagues is if and when we want to place this action item on the agenda.
So the action item would be to review all of the surveys.
It would be to draft to approve what the goals and the superintendent board guardrails are.
Okay, when do we review all of this survey data?
Oh, yeah, we can make a presentation. So if we want to send out the survey again, we'll probably need more time. So then we're probably looking at April.
Yeah, because I think reviewing the survey data, we may want to make revisions. So we wouldn't necessarily, the agenda item would be a discuss, not necessarily an approval. And then an approval, because we'd probably, or approve with revisions. This could take a while.
We can do a work study session.
Yeah, so I mean, it's really on whoever is going to synthesize this data for us in the timeline situation. I don't know whose job that is, but that's a question for them.
But I also just want to establish that we are on a timeline. And so we had on our timeline that we would adopt by the end of March.
Okay.
So we'll just have to readjust our timeline.
And whatever we can do to support, we can.
I have availability next week, and then the week after too, for a study session.
Do we want to have like a separate session, or do we want to replace a meeting with a work study session that we've already have scheduled, that's already approved?
We could do it. What have we done in the past? We've done the work study session before the meeting, if that works.
I think that's a good idea. Is everyone's schedule okay for that?
To add a study session?
Before we approve, I guess, or do we want to do it all at once?
I would prefer all at once.
That's fine with me.
I think we could do it.
Yeah.
All the information that we've got, Dr. Gonzalez has already started this wonderful spreadsheet too. And our survey, it's what, 3-4 questions with an open-ended spot. So it shouldn't take too long, but if it does, by all means, there's the open-ended area on there. So let's see what our next meeting is.
The 21st.
In April.
And then April 4th.
Probably the April 4th one.
Sweet. So tentatively, would we be okay for the 4th of April to have everything in by that? And is there any other populations I'm not thinking of? I know we've got out to each school, but maybe, has maybe administration heard any feedback?
I'm wondering, no, a lot of it, you've covered, but I'm wondering, we have spring break coming up, and being that you're wanting our teachers to give you feedback, that's going to be next week. And so then that would open a short window. Sometimes that works, but sometimes you might want a little bit more time. So I was just looking at the April 4th for approval may or may not work depending on the feedback that you want to get.
Point of clarification, our first April governing board meeting is on the 11th.
Thank you for that. That buys us time just like that.
There we go. All right, April 11th.
My apologies. Thank you. I'm looking at the calendar and it's one of our meetings that we have with Dr. Hagigat. So my apologies. Thank you, Mrs. Valencia.
Tentatively, we'll go before 11 then.
The other item I needed to bring up was that the Shaw PTA invited the entire board to their PTA meeting because they had more questions to ask. So I needed to bring that here so we could discuss with council on what that looks like, because if we're not going to go back out to each and every one of these schools, but yet we've got to operate as board members in this role to have this discussion, what does that look like for an invitation to one school? I guess to either continue the conversation, or I just wonder if there's any other schools that might have more questions, I guess, but also wanted to ask council what that looks like legally.
I received an invite, but not as part of the community events. As of like, come and see what the school garden, more of like a informal process. So if you got something in different contexts,
I must have.
and if we're not doing that with other school sites, I might change out their, Chris Thomas says something, I would say no.
Well, I think what you're talking about is, open meeting law concerns, and that's going to come into play when you have a quorum and you're talking about board business. If that's the case, then you have to notice that, have an agenda. You have to follow all the components of the open meeting law. If there's less than a quorum, or if there is a quorum, but you're not talking about board business, then it's not a board meeting. So we do what we call a courtesy posting, where you say a quorum may be present, but no board business will be discussed. And then you have to follow that. But there's no open meeting law concern if you're not talking about something that could come before the board for decision.
Okay, well, the invitation was for us to attend as board members to open up further questioning for the student outcomes, focus, governance, goals, guardrails. So my response was that I would ask during the meeting to share the invite, but I also wanted to be mindful that if we're doing this for one school, I feel like I would like to do it for all the schools.
Yeah, that's sort of a judgment call on your part, President Trujillo. I mean, there's no legal requirement that if you did it for one school, you'd have to do it for other schools. It's just a fairness issue that you may want to consider. I don't want to dissuade you from not having a quorum and having an opportunity to have a community forum with a quorum of the board answering questions. You can do that. You just have to post it just like a regular meeting, and just listening to your constituents' questions and giving them answers.
Got it.
So I stick with my general comment. I would say no. I received it as going in terms of like in the capacity as an observer. So that's how I feel comfortable going. I think for me, we could treat it as if we treat the PECTA or the meet and confirm meetings, but not as posting a quorum and making us the focus of the meeting. We had our event there. We had 15 events. And then we also advocated to continue to show your community comments at the board meetings. So if I can attend. However, as a board body, I would say one or two of us attend in the capacity as observers to see what naturally plays out at the event. That's what I took it, the context that I took it in, but not as a board.
I just get concerned about the board necessarily answering questions that are coming from parents that my understanding was the questions were outside of this student outcomes focused governance. So maybe I understood wrong, but my understandings was they were outside of that. And if families have questions about class size or meal service, I can't answer that. That's not for me to answer, is my understanding. So the conversation will go a lot like, please reach out to our director, your staff, your principal. And I'm just not sure that that's like a good position to be in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, President Trujillo, Dr. Meek, I also should add that you do have to have an agenda and you do have to stick to that agenda. It can be broadly written such that it'll cover most comments that may happen, but if somebody raises an issue that's not with what the focus of the meeting is, then you have that problem, which is that you can't engage and have a discussion about it. You can only take the input and sort of park it for another day.
So if two of us go to a PTA meeting and parents ask questions, we are not to engage. Is that my understanding?
No, I'm sorry, Dr. Vink. What I was referring to is if you did have a meeting where a quorum,
if 5 of us.
but
go,
if it's just 2 of you, you don't.
okay.
But your concern is also valid, which is that they may ask questions that, you know, in a governance role, you may not have the answers to.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
I just want to also express that Dr. Hagigat did commit herself to attending that meeting on March 22nd at the community outreach meeting. So I think if we can just use you as a delegate, and if you can just bring us back the questions that they have pertaining to the student outcome focused governance model, that would be appreciated.
I can definitely do that. And remember at that meeting, their interest was outside of our student outcome focused governance. And so I'll have the opportunity to address, and not just at Shaw, I want to make myself available for other communities as well. It's been my interest to have town halls, but not in competition of what we were doing. We want to complement one another. So that'll happen as well.
I'll attend too. Sochi, can you send me a calendar invite, please? And then so I can have on my calendar so it's blocked out, but I can attend too, and that just makes, and then I'll report back as a board report.
Wonderful. Thank you guys very much. The email I received was talking about the goals. So, and questions pertaining to that. So I'm glad you brought that up, because I would definitely want administration there to talk the data stuff, because that's exactly why we had them in our community engagement session. So that works out perfectly. And perfect. That's the only last thing I wanted to bring up. Thank you very much for clarifying everybody, especially Dr. Davila Hagigat for having that already in the works, and then Reggie for being able to report back. So thanks, guys. With that, hearing no other discussion, are we ready to move on to our next item? Okay. Let's see, that leads us to item G1. Regarding approval paying our unpaid voices from fiscal year 2021, fiscal year 2022, from the fiscal year 2023 budget. Are we going to have a
Yes, ma'am.
discussion about that? Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
President Trujillo and governing board members, thank you for letting me bring this agenda item to your attention. I attached 3 different items to this sheet. 2 of them are spreadsheets that represent bills that the district paid out of our current budget from unpaid invoices from calendar year FY22. There will be, just as an FYI, this will need to be a standing agenda item for future governing board meetings as well. If you take a look at, and I'm not sure if we're projecting this or not, it doesn't really make a difference. If you take a look at the first spreadsheet that represents paid bills that were paid from MIS from our current year budget, that represents about $2.3 million of unbudgeted expense that this current fiscal year's budget paid. The other one comes from plant services. That's about $132,000 of unbudgeted expenses that came from FY22 that were paid out of FY23. And I did want to draw attention that paying these bills from this year's budget from previous year's invoices isn't consistent with governing board policy or Arizona revised statutes. That leads to the third spreadsheet that I presented to you guys, which brings us in alignment with current governing board policy and those two statutes that were stated. And that represents a number of unfulfilled invoices from previous fiscal years that we still need to bring whole. That's a very small amount. We can expect that amount to continue to grow as our business office discovers more bills that were left unpaid from both FY21 and FY22 that have become a burden for our current budget. So first and foremost, whenever these are discovered, I'm putting the kids' services first. So whether I need to make that executive decision to completely align with our current policy or not, I'm making the commitment that the kids' experience in school this year won't be affected. But that does create a number of problems for forecasting future budgets. The process by which we go about using governing board policy to support this, and by statute, if we have an unpaid bill from a vendor from FY21 or 22, which we're discovering, they need to bring a claim against the district in order for us to pay that bill. There's a way that we can avoid having that claim by offering a settlement agreement. In good faith, these vendors have provided services to our children. So we're offering a settlement agreement, usually in the full amount of what we owe them. If they agree to that settlement agreement, then we can bring that to the governing board so that you can accept that expense and we can pay that out of this year's budget. Once again, that makes forecasting next year's budget very difficult because these are not captured in any encumbrance that we had on the books. I'm trying to move department by department to discover these. This is not a comprehensive list. Just this morning, working with plant services, I found about 111 additional invoices from plant services that need to be paid. Some of them are like $50, but some of them are in the several thousands of dollars. So as we can continue to discover these, you'll be getting both spreadsheets of expenses that have already been paid outside of governing board policy, along with newly discovered unpaid bills that I will be bringing to you with a claim settlement so that you can approve them and we can pay them. Altogether, until this has been fully discovered, we're going to do our very best to continue to provide services to our kids under the budget limit that the state has given us. So with that, if you could take a look at this, the spreadsheet that's titled Revised by CFO, I went ahead and took the liberty of using the fact that we can go up until 24 hours before a published board agenda to continue to populate this up until basically 4 o'clock yesterday to make sure that we have every voucher that we could possibly capture presented to the governing board. This first batch is pretty small. We've identified, I think, 42 additional vendors that we've reached out to. But again, some of the techniques that were used to pay these bills, not with necessarily malfeasance, but if there's an invoice at some point, it was decided to just create a PO and pay those off. So it appears to be out of something that was encumbered for this fiscal year, but that's not always the case. So each time we discover a bill that has been paid or has not been paid, it takes a little bit of investigation to decide which bucket they fall into. This is not considering all the unpaid bills that we have from July, August, September, October, November, December, and January that we're discovering and paying. Those are outside of this governing board policy because they're in this fiscal year. Even though those are behind in the actual date of payment, we are paying those as we discover them. So I'm happy to talk to those vendors. I've talked to a lot of vendors since coming on board with Phoenix #1, but we just need a little bit of time to right the ship. And this does affect forecasting for next year's budget because these are unaccounted for expenses. That sounds like a bad thing, and generally it is kind of a bad thing, but we need to consider that these are bills that look like our current FY is weaker than it is because we're using this year's funds to pay last year's bills. So part of the discovery process is quantifying the amount of money that we paid out of this year's budget without bringing to the governing board, because we can generally assume that those are not expenses that would be pushed forward into the next fiscal year. So an appropriate way to forecast a budget is to look at what your expenses are this year, last year, and the year before that. So this year is going to look extremely heavy on the expenses that we have, but some of those expenses were masked in our last fiscal year, which might have led current administration to maybe have a rosier thought about what we could have done with the funds that we have present. So as this discovery continues, I'll bring these issues to the governing board so that we can pay our bills and keep our services flowing to our children. So with that, if you take a look at that, I would ask for you to approve that spreadsheet for governing board approval to accept the claim settlements for that list of vendors. I already have a list ready for our next governing board, and it'll continue to grow until 4 o'clock on the 20th of March. So I continue to look forward to discovering these and making sure that Phoenix #1 puts our kids first and we pay our bills that are overdue. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
My faces sometimes. Discovery and settlement. I hesitate to ask, but is there like a projected timeline on when we think we might discover all of them?
This is a ballpark, and I a big ballpark, but just in the last I've been here for 5 weeks. So I would think that in the next month and a half, we'll have a much clearer picture. Dr. Hagigat has been graciously willing to extend some offers to current staff that have some fiscal capability, and I put them to work in the discovery phase. So just in the last week and a half, and with the help of IT, thank you, Rocky. And first of all, I'm not looking backwards to point blame at folks that were doing as they were instructed to make sure that the projects got actuated. But with that not being with said, I just invented a word. Thank you very much. But I would think in the next month and a half, given the amount of human capital that we're able to throw at this problem, we should have a pretty clear picture. I know that doesn't really help when we're trying to restructure our FY24. We have meet and confer happening. And there's a lot of plate spinning at the same time. But like I had mentioned previously to a couple of you, we really can't plan forward until we have a baseline of what we know it is right now. And we're doing everything humanly possible to get to that point.
Okay, well, I do appreciate your commitment to this and the team and anyone else who's making this happen. So thank you for that. The other word was settlement. Is there any way to make this process easier, like a policy we can change or anything that we can do to make this easier?
So I've worked with our friends at the county to the settlement agreement is actually the quickest way to go about settling these. Otherwise, we have to have them file a claim against the district. Nobody wants to file a claim. We have some of these folks are mom and pop shops that need their $85 so that they can pay their rent. So the quickest way that we can do that is to reach out. We call them. I send them a letter that has some legalese in it. It's followed up with a phone call that says, if you agree to the settlement, we'll make you whole. Thank you for doing business with Phoenix #1. And then that ends up in a voucher that our president hopefully will sign off on as soon as we possibly can. And we'll get those vouchers sent out just as humanly possible so that we can take care of that business. But right now we're doing the legally quickest way we can do that. We haven't run into anybody that wants to file claim rather than get fully paid.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question. This is the MIS prior year paid. I see item line number 6 and 7 is duplicate. Is it the same thing or is it not the same thing? It's 2,148 with 65 cents.
Please hold. So those are actually,
Because they have the same PO number.
they are the same PO number. I'd have to research that one in particular, and get the answer to that.
Okay.
It could have been, and there are also duplicate amounts that were paid out. So once again, this was paid, it looks like, somewhere between September and December. And that's another problem that comes when you mix fiscal years, is that sometimes there's partial payments and sometimes there's not partial payments, and that just makes the discovery process a little bit more complicated. The fact that that says duplicate, I'll need to work with IT to figure out exactly what that line is from. But these represent bills that have already been paid. The other spreadsheet represents bills that we, as soon as tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we'll be paying them.
Thank you.
Well, a month and a half from now, we have a meeting on April the 25th. If we could put some time on an agenda to revisit this space and get an update, see where you're at, see how we have how to right this ship again, if there's anything we can do to take board action to make sure this is.
Yes, ma'am. And I will be looking for approval at every governing board meeting until it's taken
Absolutely.
care of.
But as far as the check-in, so that way we're not, bombarding you with questions while you're trying to right the ship. That would be ideal, just so that way we also don't forget about it and that
Yes,
way
ma'am.
it's just a
I'm
date
an
out
open
there.
book. Any question I can answer, I'll either answer or find the answer and get it to you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll send my questions in a board update, and then also welcome Dr. Hagat to find some time this week on Friday too, when I have time open to talk about this more, and welcome you to attend that. A virtual meeting works for me too.
Absolutely. And also as part of our check-ins, Mr. Manley has agreed to at least once a month have an opportunity to share with each one of you our budget and where we are and what are some of the areas of focus. And so we'll be able to do that, but I'll note the Friday interest.
Thank you.
I motion to approve paying unpaid invoices from fiscal year 21/fiscal year 22 from the fiscal year 23 budget.
Roger Carrillo, second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call vote to vote on this item?
Mr. Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Bueno,
Aye.
Dr. Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Trujillo.
Aye. With that, our motion passes. Thank you all very much for taking care of this item. We will move on to item G2 to discuss our approval of services for a governing board finance training specific to Arizona and our district and chief financial officer onboarding. So you'll have an attachment there to open up to review the vendors that our district has pulled together
Yes.
some information on.
And we have a presentation as well, if you double click. So I get to start with the presentation, then Mr. Manley will join me. Here's our first attempt to the draft superintendent guardrail specific to budget. And so we come to you on our second slide there. I don't know where the clicker went.
Oh,
That's
that was
fantastic.
my job, my only job right now.
Now we know. So if we start with our outcomes, we want to make sure, let me do the draft for the guardrail first. The superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without a site budget process where resources are allocated equitably. So we want to make sure that we come to you with the different budget items and the outcomes, which would be budget process in compliance with our governing board policy, Arizona revised statute, and uniform system of financial records. Our outputs are to always bring you budget clarity, have consistent information, best practices, and of course, make sure that we have equitable resource allocation. And today we have two inputs, and one is around training and the other one around vendors. So if we go to slide number 3, Our first one is the support that we continue to get from our board officers and our board to make sure that we have adequate training to do the job that we need to do, whether it be in the role of a board or us as administrators. And so we're looking at providing the governing board with financial training to assist them in understanding the budget process and implications, and also provide our chief financial officer with financial training to lead the business services office to make fiscally sound practices for the district. So today we bring you information about we have 5 vendors that Mr. Manley had an opportunity to research for us. And so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Manley to share his findings and our recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Hagiat. If you take a look at the next slide, if you look at the spreadsheet that we prepared, it shows the organization of the board scope of work presented, the CFO scope of work presented by these vendors, the cost and the time frame by which that these trainings could happen. The first organization that we're looking at is the ASBO, or the Arizona Association of School Business Officials. Whenever you look at the work of scope for the board, they went ahead and recommended a different vendor, so they really weren't an option for governing board training. The CFO scope of work, they are sort of the industry standard for business officials in the state. They were offering an aspiring school business officials academy, which is something that I'm very professionally interested in. That cohort is already, cohort 3 has started between the last governing board meeting and this governing board meeting. It felt inappropriate for me to sign up for something that we hadn't discussed and had been approved, even though it's below the threshold of what we could probably look at. But just in the interest of governing board relations and making sure we're all above board, that is something that I would be looking forward to possibly exploring for cohort 4. The cost of that particular cohort training, as it was iterated for cohort 3, was $1,500 per participant, plus a minimum of 10 workshops that would go along with it, for a total cost of about $2,450. At the time frame for that, that's a running cohort. It runs for 15 to 18 months, depending on the workshops that you look at. And it's like I had said, a minimum of 10 workshops. There's no maximum. So if there's something that was going on, I could figure out which workshop I'd like to go to. And that it's a standard training for best practices from the top down. It's more of a traditional training model. The next vendor that we looked at was ASBA, or the Arizona School Boards Association. They offer a cornucopia of choices for governing board training. The roles and responsibilities for an effective governing board was the first offering that they thought to do, to provide to the board. For the CFO scope of work, they pointed back to ASBO as the traditional industry standard for CFO or business office training. We already are under the membership status for ASBA. So an initial governing board training would be at the cost of the membership that we've already paid. Any additional cost for customized training that would result from initial training or questions brought about by the governing board would be for a cost. Since we're already members, that's usually a discounted rate because it's part of the deal for being a member of ASBA. The 1 hour presentation that I explored would have been free for the board. That's something if you would like to look forward to. That's not really fiscal training. It sounded more like guardrail training, and other folks have described it as how to make sure that we don't get in any kind of legal trouble, something more along those lines than a finance training. Our friends at GUST, some of them are in the room right now, they pointed towards ASBA for formal governing board training and ASBO for CFO training from the more traditional path. The cost, it really wasn't a viable option for them to provide these trainings. They pointed in other directions, and so that time frame was not applicable. We already partner with Heinfeld and Meach, or H&M. They've been really strong thought partners as we work through some issues here at the district from the finance perspective. When it came to governing board training, they did provide some options that the scope of work was a fairly substantial set of trainings for the board, along with a fairly substantial set of trainings for a CFO. Altogether for the board, first overview would be about $1,100. The CFO training would be about $2,750 a month. I just extrapolated that for the end of the fiscal year. So that would be about $11,000 for CFO training and an additional $1,100 for governing board training for fiscal training. The first training that they would have offered to provide would be 2 hours long. And then the CFO training was 8 hours monthly, and that would be monthly for 4 months. The last vendor that I took a look at was True Professionals Limited Liability Corporation. They had a pretty interesting governing boards training. The initial training was 2 hours long. I'll get into that when I get to the costs and timeframes. And they don't really offer a CFO training per se, more like a hand-over-hand mentorship, where that group basically assigns you a CFO that has been tried and true in the field, and they work with the current business office more of in a mentorship role than a traditional industry standard training. For the school board, that was an initial 2-hour overview for the cost of $950. And CFO mentorship was $2,500 a month. Again, I extrapolated that till the end of the fiscal year, so that would be $10,000 for 4 months of mentorship. I'm going to go on to the next slide. So just for that initial piece and the CFO onboarding piece that was requested, we took a look at the 2 really viable options for the governing board. I put them in order of, well, we put them in, basically we have a couple of options that we're very comfortable for you to choose from. The first option that I'd like to share is the True Professionals LLC. That would be a group to come in and give you a 2-hour work session to go over kind of the ins and outs of public school finance and answer any questions that you might have. And that might very well lead to additional opportunities. That's 2 hours. Or Heinfeld and Meach, which is the accounting firm that we're also already partnering with. They would have, I wouldn't call it a similar, but a fairly similar perspective on a finance overview at the cost of $1,100 for a 2-hour board session as well. When we're looking at options for my personal onboarding and training, I'm bringing to you the True Professionals group. That would be a mentorship, not really traditional training, but a mentorship opportunity. Again, that would be $10,000 to have a mentor till the end of the fiscal year. And then I would also like to participate in the cohort 4 of the projected Aspiring Business Officials Academy. As far as they have for planning, the next cohort wouldn't start until next spring, so the spring of FY24. So we're really crossing fiscal years, and that's kind of a long time from now. But again, that cost, should it not go up, as it was stated for this last cohort, is $2,450. And again, and that actually leads to a certificate that I can hang on my wall and point to and show people how much stuff I've learned from ASBEL. So our recommendations are for 2 different vendors for the governing board to consider. And if I look forward I had the opportunity, since I was looking at the initial ask from the governing board, to look at what might come next. Again, the 2 viable options, the other ones weren't really feasible. They didn't really have kind of what the expectations look like would fulfill the needs. Were True Professionals or a Heinfeld and Meach. When you're looking at the True Professionals group, they gave us a pretty detailed scope of work. And you can read that on the left-hand column, and the estimated costs there are in the middle, and that would be for a number of board sessions. For the first initial one would be 4 hours, and then some additional 1-hour trainings behind that. I had the chance to speak with their, I think he's their COO, but I had a chance to talk to them, and that's kind of customizable. So depending on what questions would come up, they could prep and then prepare work sessions based on that. Heinfeld and Meach had something fairly similar. The total cost for that 7 hours of direct governing board training would be about $2,150 down the road. Heinfeld and Meach had a similar set of options. That was broken up into 3 additional 2-hour-long governing boards work sessions or sessions. The scope of work on the left-hand side there on the right-hand group on the left-hand column of that spreadsheet goes over H&M's scope of work that they could provide to the governing board down the road. The total cost of those trainings would be about $3,300. So I'm comfortable recommending both of those to you for kind of but I would think that it would be in your best interest to pick a vendor to stick with that theme. But with that in mind, I would like to wait. Oh, come on. Oh, there it goes. Say thank you. And so those are the vendors that we were able to take a look at for both governing board needs and the needs that you shared were a concern for your CFO.
Mr. Bailey, can I ask which vendors are, if they're all under our co-op agreements? I know there's different contracts, but.
So the True Professionals is a state contract. So they're under a state contract. So that the procurement wouldn't be an issue. H&M, they're already in active vendor status. So either one would be a viable option.
Can I ask for clarification on the True Professionals? So on page 6, we have school finance overview at a governing board study session. That is different than the board retreat introduction to school finance?
Yes, ma'am. So True Professionals had an initial board presentation and then offered 4 follow-up trainings. Whereas H&M blocked it into 4 individual governing board trainings. So a little bit of a different way to go about trying to reach the same goal, which vendors tend to do.
Okay, thank you.
And then just to follow up with the True Professionals, when it says additional hours as needed, can you clarify what that means for us?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
When it says additional hours as needed, what does that mean?
So that was the initial proposal based on the questions that I was seeking clarity for. But if
No, I know where you're seeing at the bottom. If there's any additional hours that we need beyond the 7, then depending on which consultant we get, it's either $150 an hour, or $125.
Okay, thank you.
Where you see possible future services. Okay.
Yes.
So if something wasn't captured in any of those trainings and that was a point of need, then that could be addressed at additional cost.
Thank you. They're great options. I see strengths of both. What I like about True Professionals is for us is more specified in what we'd be going through. And then the H&M, I do like the fact that they seem, and correct me if that's not correct, they seem more familiar with our budget, which for me, I would appreciate more in pursuing that opportunity. But I don't know if that's gonna necessarily help us better than the True Professionals. It seems at first glance like it would.
Great question. So this was a board officer request to bring to the board because of definitely our understanding of how our finances work here at the district. Before we had fully become aware of the concern after having all of our financial staff leave, and then trying to keep up with all of our other duties that we are not wanting to be distracted by because we want to move forward with our student outcomes focused governance model. Ms. Bueno and I attended a Tolleson board meeting and met with their CFO, asked questions, was just interested. We got to observe the meeting where they adopted their 62,000 starting salary for teachers. So that is where the idea came to give our district more clarification from a district that's experienced in finding ways to create success in our district when we are already at a disadvantage. So that's, I completely understand the familiarity thing. But I wanted to share that that's why we approached the idea of finding a vendor on a co-op to figure out, an affordable option, and also one that we didn't have to spend too much time on the procurement situation. So,
Can you clarify what you mean by co-op?
I'm learning that, so we lost Miss Monique, and she was always super helpful with questions. And if we wanted to do a training, or if it was just an idea, I could say, hey, who's on our list, and kind of look over vendors. So there's already agreements in place that those co-ops have already negotiated the rates and everything. So we don't have to do any of those things. It's already done for us. And since we're already contracted with them, the ability to work with them is much more fluid than having to create a whole new vendor in the system. And however that works, I'm not sure, but I know it's very different than when we have our co-ops in place. So seems where there's more than one kind of co-op.
So is that H&M right here, or says co-PC, or is that completely different?
That was
So
why I was asking.
if you would like for me to clarify. So the fact that True Professionals does have a state contract, there would be an approved vendor. Once we approve the vendor, H&M is already an approved vendor. So there's really no difference in the length of time or difficulty it would take to actuate either option. So they've been explored, and we could put it together in a similar time frame. But the fact that they're under state contract does provide we don't have to negotiate some pieces of the contract because it's already an approved state
From
contract.
my understanding, it also means that they've already negotiated like super low rates, so that way we don't have to. I guess, so that way it's not our responsibility to do that. So if I'm incorrect, I
No, that
completely.
if they're under state contract, that's something that we could skip some steps because they're already there on an approved state rate. I'm not sure if discounted rate would be the term that I'd use for state contracts, but
I did
it's
say discounted. I said
yeah,
like low
right.
rates because it is an agreement, a group agreement. So
right for the services that vendor would provide to whoever decides to activate that state contract. Yes, ma'am.
So at least that's my small understanding of it. But again, why I do want us to have a full school board finance training for our district, meaning looking at what our buckets of money do and are expected to do, so that we all fully understand it and can move forward and not be distracted or overwhelmed going forward, so we can really focus on our regular goals and guardrails and monitoring.
And which
Have
vendor?
like a neutral third party kind of help us understand that to guide us. That was the intention of bringing it to the board.
And which one of these vendors do you feel best supports that goers?
The initial request was to work with True Professionals based on their affiliation with already having been part of our co-op. So that was the request, but we definitely wanted to bring it to the board to have a conversation on what options are available, and then make a decision going from there.
They're both great options. I do like H&M, seems to be more familiar, but also again, if that was the original recommendation, fine with them, because they do have it very broken down by what we're going to be working with. And that provides, I feel more comfortable with that as well. Again, they're both great options, and I do like also that even though it does cost, they are willing to have additional hours as needed. Hopefully we don't pursue that because we get everything out, but it's fine as training. It's going to be a complex beast.
And that's really the goal, at least from my understanding, is that I did want us to have the insight, the clarification, the understanding, and then wherever that leads us, if we get it and we're on board and then we don't need any further help, right off the bat, then so be it. But if we do need that additional support or guidance, that they're available as well, being a co-op vendor. So again, I believe that we need to know where we're at to know and fully understand where we're going. And that's why I thought this would be a good idea.
I don't have strong feelings towards any of them. They look like good options, so. I'm on board.
Mr. Manley, for clarification, it would be recommended that the board just approve what we have for this current fiscal year, correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am. So if we're looking at going past June 30th, then we need to revisit.
Okay.
And just it's difficult to add additional burden to an uncertain budget at this point, but these amounts are probably would pay dividends greater than the expense.
Okay. Thank you. I motion to approve choosing our services with True Professionals for Governing Board Finance Training and Chief Finance Officer onboarding and mentoring.
Roger Carrillo, I second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call vote to approve this agenda item?
Roll call vote, Mr. Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Bueno,
Aye.
Dr. Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Trujillo.
Aye. Thank you all very much. With that, our motion does pass and we can move on to our executive session. All right, we are the next agenda item up is to adjourn to executive session to discuss a few 1, 2, 3 items on our agenda. We do anticipate that taking about an hour or two, but we definitely will resume regular session as soon as we come out. And for those that'll be here, thank you for being patient with us, and any that are leaving us at this moment, we appreciate you sharing time and space with us today. With that, do we have a motion to adjourn to our executive session?
Jessica Bueno, so moved adjournment to executive session at 7:50 PM.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Roger Carrillo, I second.
Thank you. May we please have a roll call vote to adjourn to executive session, please?
Roll call vote to adjourn to executive session, Mr. Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Bueno,
Aye.
Dr. Vink,
Aye.
Ms. Trujillo.
Aye. Thank you all very much. We'll be back out shortly. The board is back. May we please have, let's motion to, resume to regular session at 11:03 PM.
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Roger Carrillo, second.
Yay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Our motion passes and we resume to regular session. So our next agenda item is our board member requests. Do we have any board requests?
Nope, not for me.
Darn it. No, mine was just, I have a few. I'll make them brief. Just an update on. Would love the board to get an update on our lease spaces, what those are looking like. What you call it? And then Ms. Bueno brought up our summer programs, kind of just getting an update on what those look like for upcoming, so we are aware of them. And then an update on our nameplates, which I spoke to Ms. Jeffries about earlier. So those are mine. Mr. Carrillo, Board Member Carrillo, do you have any?
No, I don't have any at this time.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to future agenda items. Do we have any future agenda items from the board?
No.
I don't have any of those either. With that, we can move on to adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn our meeting tonight?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Roger Carrillo, second.
Thank you very much. Oh, so hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. I mean, any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Our motion does pass and we will adjourn our meeting at 11:06 PM. And we welcome anyone back to our next board meeting, March 21st at 5:15 PM here at the district. Thank you all for sharing your evening with us. I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Sorry, guys.
Thank you.